Is this thing on? It is. Hey, what up, nerds? Hello, hello.
Is this thing on? Hello, hello.
How's it going?
Hi, everyone.
Takumo, hello. Cumrail, hello. Old Rod and Cardinal Star Games. How's it going? Happy Saturday.
Good afternoon. We're back. We're healthy-ish, as healthy as we can be.
Yeah.
we're here.
Feeling pretty good in comparison.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. It is Saturday. It is time for some game dev.
It is. Like I said on my message, theme page update, check.
Mm-hmm.
Game prototype under construction.
Yes. The next goal, since we have in fact updated our Steam page here, which, by the way, if you haven't checked out already, here you go. We got some new screenshots. We got the new capsules. We updated the description to be more simple and show a little GIF. We also made a post about the art style update.
It's true.
So it talks a little bit about how we decided that the Game Jam version just wasn't cool enough. So we decided to level up. So we talked a bit about that, how we've gone technically 3D, but 2.5D. Shared some GIFs about the before and after. And yeah, that was to like try and make the page a little bit more lively, make sure that anyone that stops by can see that we're actively working on it. That's the idea behind this post. We don't necessarily expect a lot of people to check it out, but it's good to show some updates on the page. Yeah, so we did that.
We did do that.
We did do that. So the next goal is to get to a stage where we can actually share a game build and have people tell us if it's any good. So yeah.
Basically to see if we have a game. Actually.
Yeah. Do we have an actual game that people would pay money for?
I'm gonna quickly update the about banner. Because if I don't do it, I'll forget.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, and today I want to add some content, add some more upgrades, player upgrades, zombie upgrades. We need more stuff in the game. So I think I'm gonna tackle that today. Also, we have some ads rolling through in a second here, but you won't miss anything. Celine, you feeling better? Asks Old Rod.
I'm feeling a lot better now.
Nice. Yeah, so I added a bunch of stuff to the list here. Some of these upgrades were also in the prototype that's on itch. And some of them are new. Like new cure applicators, cure missiles. I really want to do cure missiles.
Yeah.
So that's gonna happen. Silly!
Oh my goodness!
Thank you so much. 15 months. Wowza. Thank you, thank you. Look at that nice pearlescent nerd badge. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. Can I play the itch version? Absolutely. You can find it over there. It is terribly broken. Performance is just abysmal. Potentially.
Allegedly?
Allegedly. It worked on my machine. So the conundrum for me is, what do I pick up first? What do I pick up first? I feel like it's maybe better to make the enemies stronger so that the game becomes more difficult, and then work on the solution for beating the difficulty. So maybe we start with some zombie upgrades. My childhood bully's a streamer now. How inspiring. Wow, okay. That is entirely unnecessary. Goodbye. It's been a while since we had some weirdos in chat. But we fixed it.
Oh my god. Imagine being a hater. Magic.
The bright side is that they were inspired.
I
That's
guess so.
the good part. Right. So let's upgrade some zombs.
Yeah.
First off, I'm gonna make it the zombie damage upgradable. So let's check that out. Jeff, hello. How's it going?
Hello.
Happy Saturday. It's fart time. We're gonna go over to stats. We don't currently have damage, I don't think. So let's check zombie ripped. How does that work? How do I hit the player? I have forgotten already. Player hurt. Hurt amount. How does one hurt? Player hurt. Zombie projectile. Oh, it's in the alert state. That makes sense. Okay. So this one magic number, we have to turn this into a stat.
Whoa.
My back. Oh, my back. Thank you, Billy. Bob is Billy.
Kill it off.
Bernardo, your accent is way too good. Ever slip a word with Mourinho accent? It is extremely rare, but sometimes when I'm frazzled or like talking too quickly, sometimes Portuguese just comes out. I'll just say a word in Portuguese. I'm like, wait, why did I say that? But yeah, I've been speaking pretty much solely English for so long that just speaking normally in Portuguese sounds so alien to me now. It's crazy. Like, I'll say a word and be like, is that a real word? Did I just invent a word? I can't remember. Goob! How's it going? Hello, hello.
Hello, Goob.
How goes Vibe Clicker? Okay, stat types. Zombie damage is 1. Cool. So now here we actually want to do run manager, get stat types zombie damage. It's going great. I'm in the polish phase and getting ready for public alpha testing. Nice. Let's go. Made over 40 icons in the past week. I did see the YouTube video, Goo. I saw you draw some of those. That was cool. That's a lot. That is a lot of icons. That's iconic.
Iconic.
Brainoid, hello. How goes it? Source. We're good. Okay. So if we do that, everything should still work. Celine, can you imagine that you're gonna have to go through what Goo went through and draw like 100 pieces of art for the upgrade? For the upgrades?
I don't know. 100 seems seems not that bad.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see where we end up. I don't really know.
Thank you so much, Jeff, for your fart.
Thank goodness I have your stream to fart in. Oh, God. Lena's like, easy peasy. Well, she says that now.
No, I'm just saying, like, I feel like I'll have to do way more than 100.
Who knows? Who knows? We are going for uniqueness over quantity, so maybe not. I don't know.
Sure, but you've got like got not just upgrades, but the zombie one.
That's true. We do have zombie upgrades.
Have double up.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
True. It's good. June is coming. Festivals are coming. Excited. How you been? Nice. That is very exciting. We're doing great. We're doing great. We updated our Steam page with the new art, which feels really great. How are the early wish lists? I mean, not great. Let's just be honest.
Sure.
When we first updated the Steam, and I think it was mostly people hanging out in our stream here. When we updated the page, we got 10 wish lists, but then it has dropped back down to 1 or 0. So there's a long road. There's a long marketing road ahead of us.
Yeah. I mean, to be expected.
Yeah, it is what it is.
We are mostly interested to see what happened during the event, Zombies, Vampires.
Right.
Zombies event.
Yeah. That event begins on Monday, I believe. 26. Yeah. So Monday. Monday. Is there... Oh, doesn't seem like Steam have a page for it yet, but yeah. It's probably going to have thousands of games, so we're not expecting huge visibility in the event, but it certainly is better than absolute obscurity, so... It took me, I think, 10 hours to make my icons. Oh. Good effort, though. Damn. Are you done with the icons? Like, did you have a preset list, or are there still tons you want to do? Yeah, I hope you'll up your marketing game with this one. Yeah.
We kind of have no choice.
Yeah. We've been chatting about it, like, we want to try and make a devlog on YouTube. It's like we don't really want to do it, but it could really help, so we're going to try that. We've been talking about a trailer or a teaser and how we'd go about doing that. But yeah, it's hard. Marketing is rough. All the icons are done. Nice. Game has 40 upgrades, so that was all the icons. Plus I made 5 tiers of clicker items already. Cool. Nice. Well, I'm looking forward to trying it out. When we email content creators, we won't have like a public demo for a while. There's still a lot of work to be done, so we don't know. At this point, we don't know. There's still a lot of systems and stuff that we need to work, that we need to get implemented before we do that. We also want to make sure that we use the release of our demo as a really strong marketing beat for our first game, Super Cat Cafe. We just kind of put the demo out there. You know, it wasn't a big deal. And we focused our efforts on the actual release. So we emailed content creators for the release specifically. For this one, we're probably going to use the demo more efficiently. Probably release the demo either with the next fest or with another event that we managed to get into, and email content creators to check out the demo, and then email them again at release, potentially. But for that reason, we want the demo to be really, really polished and a big wishlist driver, which means that we have a lot of work to do. Before and after is amazing, right? It's like night and day. It's night and day.
Okay, I've got a new Twitch. Oh,
yeah, we're really happy with the art direction and how it's come through in the 2.5D environment. It was a little scary to know if we were going to be able to pull it off and make it look good, but we're getting there, so feels good. Feels good. I'm going to need to reload the project because Godot things.
Godot things. Do-do-do-do.
Celine, you're doing awesome. Bernardo, it's expected. Wait, what?
What do you mean? I mean, thank you.
Yeah, Wise, just sharing my experience about this. I'm getting hatted.
You can't hat me. Have I been inadvertently hatted earlier and I haven't noticed?
I don't think so. What hat am I wearing, Runty? I just kind of, if you let me decide, I'm gonna go cat. It's Frosh. Because it's warm in here. It's very warm today. Sorry, Brainerd was saying, sharing my experience about this. I released my public playtest on Steam 2 months before I released my demo.
Oh my!
Thank you, Granger.
So much for the Saturday bitty part.
Happy Saturday. My playtest wasn't perfect, so I only emailed small YouTubers with it. I really got so many wish lists and great feedback out of it, which helped me get a solid demo version. Yeah. Yeah, so you ran a playtest to make sure that your demo was going to be really good. That makes sense. 100%. How's it going, Granger? It's good to see you.
Hello. I have uploaded the little banner on the drive.
Botmong, hello. Right. Let's go over to the zombie upgrades.
Going pretty good. 3-day weekend.
Zombie.
Love a 3-day weekend.
Yes. Long weekend. Very nice. Guess that goes for both the UK and the US today. Zombie damage increased by 1. We can call this... Well, I don't know what we're going to call it, but the description would be... The zombies deal 1 extra damage. That'll do for now. Then we add that to the list. Let's test it.
Spotmonk says, I have a question I'd like opinions on. I'm making a game I'd eventually like on Steam. I'm at a point where it's almost playable, but it needs to be super playtested for balance. I was going to make a web build and put itch with password to and then when it gets to a balance point, do the Steam thing.
Yeah.
I think that sounds like a solid plan.
Should I do the Steam stuff early and use it for playtesting and stuff to get wish lists? So Brainerd was just saying earlier, I believe they ran a playtest on Steam. Yeah. So they used the playtest feature on Steam to run the playtest. That's definitely an option. And it could help you get more testers that way. But I think itch is a great platform to do that in as well, because you'll get all sorts of people. It's like low stakes, I feel like, releasing on itch. You can even make it public and then let anyone give it a go. And hopefully you'll get some feedback. For Steam, I would say, you shouldn't rush Steam in terms of the playtesting and the demo release. But if you have enough to make a good looking Steam page, I would say do it as soon as possible. You don't want to release a Steam page if you don't have enough content in the game to do the screenshots and stuff, maybe even a trailer. But if you already have that, then I'd recommend getting the page up. I emailed around 100 small YouTubers, and small YouTubers are more likely to reply to you and play your game. So around 20 of them played it and made a video out of it, which brought even more people to wishlist the game, join my Discord, and give feedback. Yeah. Then when I released my demo, I made my public playtest private. So you release the demo and essentially you turned off the playtest so it doesn't show up in the page anymore. I was going to password it on itch because it's not a huge jump from where it is to the Steam version, and I don't want the game just to be free on itch, basically. But I mean, if you're just looking for people to go try your game, 100%, I think that's a great idea. But you're gonna cut a demo out of it, right? So are you gonna do a demo version and then remove some content from what you have at the moment? Because if you do that, you could also then release that demo version on itch publicly first, see if you get any feedback for the demo specifically, and then improve it before you do it on Steam. The demo would basically be what I have, a balance. Okay, sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you meant you already had the game fully complete, but you mean your demo is fully complete. So you're saying you don't want to release the Steam demo on itch. Is that what you mean? Maybe I'm not following here. Yeah, but people who own the playtest version can still play it, around 3,000 people. When I add new features to experiment, I will use the private playtest version now. Right. Gotcha. That's a lot of people. That's really cool. 3,000 people joined. That's awesome. Yeah, I would say releasing the demo both on itch and Steam. Like, to me, that sounds beneficial. I guess there's an argument to be made that ideally you want people to be playing the Steam demo, not the itch demo, if you could choose. But at the same time, I don't know if it matters that much. It depends what your goal is. If you're really interested in feedback, then the more people you get to play it, the better. But if you're more interested in converting people to wish lists, then I guess Steam is the priority. All right. Oh, I need to remove that. Added zombie damage upgrade. It's super unbalanced currently and needs a lot of tweaking, and I want something really easily installable, updatable, and safe for my playtesters. And I don't know if that's an itch web build or if that's a Steam playtest. Yeah. I don't know. Don't have too much experience with that, really. We've only done it once. Just release the game without testing. Just YOLO.
That's what Blizzard does. No.
Okay, zombie damage done. I feel like we could do this one. Movement speed boost for faraway zombies. So the further away a zombie is, the faster they move. I wonder how this would feel. Like, this one needs some solid play testing to see how it feels. How would I even do that? So we have this speed situation. But we probably wouldn't use this necessarily. Balatro-like craps game. Craps in a bag. Balance is rough, man. Takes time. I'm kind of scared of how balance is going to go for this game.
Yeah.
Because there's going to be so many upgrades that you can change values on, change like how much damage things do, the cooldown, how often does it show up, like legendary upgrades versus normal upgrades. Uy. Uy, uy, uy. Okay. How do I do this? If I wanted to keep it simple for now, I would go here. So here we have zombie speed. I would change this so that speed is affected depending on their distance to the player. Okay, so let's make a new upgrade. So I'm going to create a zombie upgrade. Let's call it zombie far movement speed. This upgrade could be something to do with smell, like they're far away, but they smell. They smell their prey, so they go faster. Keen nose. Far away zombies gain a speed, a movement speed boost. We'll do no actions for now. And instead, we're going to import it in here. I don't really want to check this on every process, though.
I'm kind of struggling to think of what the heck the save zone could look like.
What ideas do you have?
Nothing.
Nothing.
I've got nothing.
Brain smell locator. Great zombie ability. Wonder what a brain smells like. Never thought about that.
I'm not sure I want to know.
So Celine is currently trying to figure out how we improve our safe zones. At the moment, we have this green circle. And we want to change it, like actually decide how we incorporate this into the world. We've talked about a few ideas. One would be like a very UI looking type of thing. So like it's still very... UI is not the word I'm looking for here necessarily. But you know, it would still be like a line. So it wouldn't be a part of the world. But we also thought about like using like some chalk or some, you know, like that tape, or like that crime scene tape, or
Yeah, whether it's something 3D or something built
3D.
Well, yeah, you could imagine the tape be on the floor.
Yeah, on the floor. Would assume it smells like iron, probably. Yeah, early feedback is huge, 100%. Last thing you want is spend a bunch of time polishing systems that turns out players hate, you know? Right, so this would be like a more meta option, right? Like not in world.
Yeah, I'm just not convinced. I don't. You know what I mean?
It's a tough one. It could also be incorporated into the world itself. So like One thing that I really like is that little thing that you drew. Catherine!
Hello!
Hello, Catherine. How's it going? How goes the jiggly bones? Cobain says, what about some force field since he's a scientist?
Yeah.
A force field is an interesting idea because it would enforce the idea of a safe space that the zombies can't get to. That's interesting.
I still imagine we'll have the signs. I think those are...
Yeah, I really like the sign. But imagine there's the sign, but then in-game, we use the ground texture itself to delimit an area. So imagine there's like a dirt patch in front of the shed, and that kind of infers the area. So there's no like super clear line that needs to be crossed, but there's a hint in the way that we design the space.
Yeah, I think that's just a million ways to do it.
Yeah. Because I don't know how important that threshold is going to be for gameplay. Howdy, howdy. How goes the Jiggle Jam, Catherine? Hope it's going well. Hope you're having fun. If I pay the $100 to Steam, can I have a game I never finish on there forever? I have to assume there is some cap, as in if it's there for years without you touching it, I would assume they remove it, but it must be a very long time.
Right?
Zombie scarecrows. Scarecrows. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see a scarecrow somewhere. Oxbot, hello.
Hello.
Hope the game is going well. It is. It is. We're happy with progress. We have recently updated our Steam page with the new look of the game. That feels fantastic. And now we just have to keep going. Our next goal is a play-testable version. So that's what we're working on. Going pretty good. Working on the character controller. Then gotta speedrun the level design. Is it a weekend jam? I don't actually know how long it goes for. I was lurking earlier, watching you make the bone model and make it jiggly, but I didn't actually catch the idea for the game. Got 2 days on the timer now. Gotcha.
Okay.
You got this. You got this. And thank you again for the raid. Obviously, if you have to step away, grab some food or whatever else, don't let us keep you.
Understand.
But we appreciate you hanging out. Float is converted to int and loses precision. Your face loses precision.
Whoa. Is that kind of rude?
A little bit. So you can switch between floppy bone and rigid bone. Sorry. In order to navigate obstacles, like squeezing gaps and climbing obstacles. That's the plan anyway. Nice. Nice. Looking forward to see the end result. Reminds me of Gang Beasts. Yeah, like physics-based platforming. Always like guaranteed funny moments. Rigid statements. Okay. So zombie alert state. On physics process, we check the direction, the nav direction. Nav direction times speed. And then we limit it by the zombie speed. We do have a nav distance as well. But the nav distance is not what we're looking for. That nav target. We want the distance to the player, not the distance to the next nav target. Which is a problem. That is a problem. I almost want a nav target distance. I could add a nav target distance and keep track of that. And then here, when we update... No, that's not true. That would be like nav final target. Kind of awkward, not gonna lie. Kind of awkward. So we can do nav final target distance equals global position distance to final target. And then in here, we can say that adjusted speed is a float, starts as zombie speed. However, if zombie nav final target distance is bigger than far distance, then adjusted speed plus equals, I don't know. Let's start big, I guess. 3. And then we use adjusted speed.
Oh.
Okay. I feel like my real life skills in that game might inform each other. Your wait, God. Just realized what game you're referring to. Oh yeah, the jiggle jokes got a little out of hand at times. Blame Cavino. mean, oh my god, yeah. Okay, it's working. Look at him go. Speedy boys. Okay. So obviously this is a lot. Johnson, hello. How's it going? Happy Saturday.
Happy Saturday.
Any progress on the play date game? Last time I checked it out, you were testing out the feasibility of a rhythm game. Okay. This might do for now, honestly. Starting it today. Nice. You got this. I want to do a rhythm game so bad. I've got ideas and lack the skills currently. Rhythm games are tricky, aren't they? Like, for them to feel good, I think they're quite tricky. Hey, Zach. How's it going?
This is too much.
Whoa! Oh my goodness.
The idea being like a cloud.
A cloud, right. Yeah, that is a lot. I don't know how we would do that necessarily. I wonder if we can do it with particles and stuff. Obviously, it wouldn't look as good as that. But using the concept of a cloud. Is that a fart?
It could be. I like big farts and I can't help it.
Oh my
Sorry.
He cooked. She cooked. Going all right? Nice. Added upgrade to speed up far away zombies. I don't know how this is gonna feel in gameplay, but it was easy to implement. Oh, if it doesn't work, we'll just remove it. It's fine.
He's this easy. He's so.
Okay, another one. Speed boost on infection. Speed boost on infection. Speed boost on infection. So the idea here is sorry. When a zombie spawns, they may have been spawned from a turn state, as in there was a survivor that then got hit by a zombie and turned into a zombie. So they got infected. So this zombie upgrade would give those zombies that get infected a speed boost, a temporary speed boost. So it would mean you'd have to be more careful about humans getting infected. We already have the turn state, so in here we could apply the temporary speed boost. At the moment, we don't have a system for buffs and debuffs. I feel like I need to do that. Do I want to do that now, though? Like, I need a system where I would say add 3 to movement speed for 3 seconds, and I could apply that buff to a zombie, and it would tick down, go away, and just work off of that. That would need to tie into the stat system in some way. Ooh. Do I want to tackle that?
Cats on a keyboard says, "Hi, I hope everyone is having a great day. If you're not, please reconsider."
We're doing pretty good. Hope you're having a nice Saturday as well. Great name. Do I want to tackle buffs and debuffs? Ooh. It's got to be done. If I don't do it now, it just means I have to do it later. Ugh. Okay. It's okay. We can do this. We can do this. We can do this.
You can.
We can do this. Okay, so let's make a new component. It's going to be of type node because it doesn't. Well, it needs timers. No, it doesn't. It can use process. Nodes have process, right? Okay, so let's call this stat modifiers component. Let's save that to our components. New folder, stat modifiers. Okay, so we have a stat modifiers component. We're going to add a script to it. Class name stat modifiers component. And what do we need here? So we need our modifiers. So modifiers. Modifiers will be an array of array. So what I'm thinking is it would be like, so modifiers would equal an array, and then it would have the stat mod, which would say like -3 to speed, and then the remaining time, right? So if it was like this, it would decrease this time, and when this reached 0, it would take it off.
Maka? Did you wake up? You woke up.
Oh my god. Oh. But I don't think we can type this to this extent with GD scripts. Like, I can't say array is of type array of like int float. I can't do that, right? Nested typed collections are not supported. So I would either have to create a new resource or just don't type it at all. Can you explain what you're doing now? I am implementing a buff or debuff system. So I want to be able to say, imagine the player throws like a sticky bomb, and if a zombie gets hit with a sticky bomb, it gets slowed down for 3 seconds. I'm trying to just do a system that could handle that. Creating a new resource would allow you to type it. Yeah. But it would also mean that I need to... that I would need to instantiate resources instead of just passing in the thing that I want. But having it typed is probably a smart idea, right? Probably a smart idea. Oh, this is gonna be a hell of a tangent. My goodness. Okay, so let's do a new resource. We'll call it... we'll call it timed
can call it hell.
Action. Timed action. Wait, is this what I want? I guess. It's kind of weird. Sorry about that. So we'd have an action. Let's call it... Wait, what is it? Action. Change stat action. Timed change stat action. So we have the action and the time remaining, which is a float. So this would be our resource. So in here, this would be timed change stat action array, like this. So if we had a function that said add modifier, we would expect a stat and a duration. What have I done? I'm confused. Am I crazy? What's wrong here? Oh, I never named this. I am crazy. Sorry. What the heck? Thank you. Ironic. Yeah, sorry. I am tripping.
It happens, it happens.
Crazy? I was crazy once. Okay, so when we do this... Wait, no, we need more than this. We need the stat. We need a modifier, which is of type float. And is that 0? And then we have a multiplier, which is of type float, defaults to 1. And then we have a duration, which we'll just set the default to 1. So now we get to create our action, which will be change stat action new. Action dot stat equals stat. Action dot modifier equals modifier. Action dot multiplier equals multiplier. Then we need our timed action. To be time change that action new. timed action dot action equals action, and timed action dot time remaining equals duration. Modifiers append timed action. Ooh. Is this basically a constructor for the new resource? This here is what will like store the buffs and the debuffs, right? So I would call add modifier movement speed -3, duration 2 seconds, and it would add that to this array. The resource itself is just this at the moment. So on process, we need to now deal with things. So we need to iterate over the modifiers. And reduce their time based on delta. And if they reach 0, we need to remove them. You shouldn't modify an array while you're iterating over it though, right? Like you shouldn't remove an index from an array while you're iterating over it. That's a no-no. I think that's a no-no.
No.
So should we do like indexes to remove? Nope. That's also not gonna work. But this is a resource, so we can actually probably match it. Let's go modifiers to remove. So this will be an array of time change stat action. Then we'll go for modifier in modifiers. We'll go modifier dot time remaining minus equals delta.
Lance, thank you.
Hey Lance.
Farts.
How's it going? Happy Sunday.
Listen, I'm pretty sure today is Saturday.
I really hope so.
Otherwise, we messed up. we really messed up.
Maybe it's just the same way that we do Seto Sundays any day of the week, you know? It's always happy Sundays.
Oh.
So we remove the delta of the time remaining. If then modifier dot time remaining is less or equal to 0, then we add it to be removed. And then here we go for modifier in modifiers to remove, modifiers erase, modifier. So every frame, it will subtract the delta of time remaining. If it reaches 0, it gets removed.
My turn to be sick, unfortunately. Taking it easy and resting today. Well, Lance, I totally feel for you, and I hope you can, you know, get through it. Relax. Okay, get some rest. You'll feel better.
Yeah, I hope you feel better, Lance. You've got a resource. You can just have an enabled flag and then disable it instead of remove it from the index. I think I want to remove it, yeah. Pretty sure I want to remove it. Okay, so we have a way to add the modifier and a way for them to automatically get removed based on the duration. You don't want thousands of leftover things in your little list. Yeah, I mean, another way of handling it would be you could leave the stat in there. So like if there was a slowdown thing, you could leave it in there, but now since duration is 0, it's no longer active. And then if another slowdown is applied, you would just increase the duration instead of creating a new one. The problem is, what if you then want to have multiple of them? What if you had a slowdown of 30% and then a slowdown of 50%? You probably want to have two separate things. So I'll keep it separate for now, see how it goes. Okay, so we have this. Now we need a way to get a modified stat, right? So get modified stat. Then we want to pass in the stat. And that's it. We can get We're actually going to pass in the current value as well. We pass in the current value. And then we basically want something very similar to this here. So we create a new stat object. We create a new stat object. I'll do this. Stat. base value equals current value. Ugh, I hate this. Disgusting. We'll just do this. And then for modifier in modifiers, so here we have an action, so we're going to get the action var action equals modifier dot action. If no, it's always a change that action, so that doesn't matter. If action dot stat is different.
Just in from trimming the virgin watering the garden. Oh God, am I turning British? Happy Saturday.
What the hell? Holy. Well, gee, thank you for the 1,000 biddies. Good morning, lurkers. Oh my god. That was unexpected. Happy Saturday. Ay, ay, ay. Just in from trimming the virgin, watering the garden. Oh god, am I turning British? Happy Saturday. Whoa. We're not lurking now. Holy. Thank you so much, Falji. Look at that. Celine's been cooking. Look at that stuff. How the heck am I gonna do that in engine? That's gonna be fun. You're welcome for the stank. You do decals in Godot. Yes. My I guess my question is for that texture, because some circles might be bigger than others. If we want the texture to be consistent size-wise, I can't just scale it up and down, right? So the circle needs to be dynamic in some way. I don't know. I'm sure we'll figure it out. Particles, probably. Yeah, around the circle, yeah, we could use particles.
I heard that fart. Oh my goodness gracious. Algie, thank you so much for that. Holy.
Yeah, the little bits around would probably be a particle.
What are we talking about?
Your little circle here.
Oh yeah, I was just messing around. Yeah, I'd imagine the little blobs are like little puffs of cure or something that would be kind of floating, which would be particles that you'd make.
Mm.
They wouldn't, or they wouldn't even look like this necessarily, but like that's a pretty standard indicator type.
Yeah.
Oh, Lullen!
Thank you, Lullen. 10 months.
Thank you so much.
Norris got a new track record in Monaco. Whoop whoop.
What? That went completely over my head.
Is that some I'm assuming Formula 1, but I could be wrong.
Oh, I see. Formula One
Please
reference.
correct me if I'm wrong. Fart train!
Sorry, I farted.
Thank you so much, Scoop, for the 69.
Thank you.
Yeah, F1 just happened.
I see.
New track record in Monaco. Nice.
Is that Chuck Norris? No wonder he got a new record.
Chuck Norris. What are we in middle school? Goodness. Yeah, so this is just like a, which, you know, I would draw this up in Illustrator, so it'd be really neat, and it would be like I would draw a perfect circle, right, which you would then apply in the world. As in, like, the effect, I wouldn't draw it at an angle, like I would draw it as a circle,
right,
and stuff, and then apply that.
We could certainly start like that and see how it feels. I was just chatting about that. The thing that it would need to be variable, as in some circles would be bigger than others. We could try just scaling it, see what it looks like.
Yeah.
But it would change the size of the texture, the halftone. So we'd have to see if it's okay. Oh my god.
For Chuck Norris in F1.
Thank you,
Holy
Lolan.
Lolan, thank you so much.
Oh man.
Thank you for that. 500, really fun.
Thank you.
That dropped. That had some reverb to it. What was I? My train of thought.
So if the scaling looked off, then we need to find a way of making it dynamic.
Or like it'd be two sprites, right? Like the texture would be.
Right.
Or like I'd give you like just a rectangle texture that you'd be masked.
Yeah. We'd have to figure it out. But we could certainly start with the basic one.
Yeah, so that's what I was thinking. I mean, I still tried to draw a couple more today, and then if I don't find something that I'm like, yes, that's great, then we can start with this, so that at least it's not just a circle. And then we can, later on when I start to do the decals for the brown and stuff, we can try, like you said, with just like a patch of dirt, and we can just try a couple of things. And you have the post for the sign in one of the sheets, I believe.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
But I think I'd still need to make a sign, so later I could draw some lines.
Yeah. I do like... I like it better without the cure looking globules, just because if we make things connected to the cure, then you could expect the zombies to get the cure when they go in it, and that doesn't happen. So I like it just as an indicator type deal. And those triangles could also be
like they could move. They could do
separate.
This.
Yeah, they're dynamic in some way.
Idea one, basic, nothing crazy. But, you know, gotta start somewhere, right?
Yeah. Hey, Geek and Gale.
Hello.
Where does the cylinder go? That's right, the square hole. Doesn't everything go in the square hole? Well, duh. Okay. So now we have a get modified stat where you pass in the stat that you're trying to modify and its current value, and then it checks the current list of modifiers to apply the difference. So going back to what we were trying to do, which was what? So I guess first things first, on the zombie, we now need to instantiate a stat modifiers component. Do I need to instantiate it? I actually never know. Why am I instantiating a scene? Could I just add it instead? Like, can I do that? Why am I instantiating it? I don't actually know. I feel like I should know that by now. Oh well.
Meow? Yeah, you're meowing now, Cuckoo? Cuckoo's meowing at me.
We have our stat modifiers. Stat modifiers component. And that's a part of the zombie. So when... Let's do it here. So adjusted speed. We're gonna go adjusted speed equals zombie dot stat modifiers component get modified stat stat types zombie movement speed, and the current value is adjusted speed. Okay. What's an easy way for us to test this? We could go over to the Dart, our dart.gd, and we could say on hit, we're going to do zombie stat modifiers component add modifier. Oh, Maka sneezed. And we're going to modify the zombie movement speed by...
There should be a Dave zombie. He'd wear a fry pan for a hat.
By what? By 90%. A Dave zombie, he'd wear a fry pan for a hat? Who's Dave?
Who's that?
Plants vs. Zombies? Crazy Dave? I don't actually know this reference. The Plant vs. Zombies thing. Just some crazy guy. Just some crazy guy.
Just a guy.
Okay. So, if everything goes according to plan, which is totally gonna happen, and it's gonna be first try, no worries, fantastic. I'm going to shoot a dart at a zombie, and then they're going to be slowed down for 2 seconds, and then get back to their normal speed. It's gonna be glorious and fantastic and perfect. True story. I'm gonna give myself darts. Okay. We're gonna aggro a zombie. So we got a zombie. They're schmovin'. They're schmovin'. They're schmovin'. And then if I hit them, they're super slow. Oh my god, it worked!
Ooh,
It actually worked!
Lance, thank you for that part. It worked?
Holy, I did not actually expect that to work.
Oh, that's awesome.
First try!
I have a cuckoo butt in front of me.
Damn. I did not expect that to work. Let's freaking go.
Let's do a yay.
That's huge. That's huge.
Wow, congratulations!
Burn over here like he's learned something.
Maka, don't do it. Maka,
Looks
don't
like.
do it. Oh my god.
Beats!
Minecraft Daddy Raid. Well, oh well.
Welcome on in, Beegs. How's it going? Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had fun with Outer Wilds. Probably one of the best games of all time. Mags, how's it going? Justin, hello.
Oh!
Thank you,
Why
Mags.
is the rum always gone?
What is the rum always gone?
Hey, Beast.
Cheers.
Good, thanks. We died many times. Well, that's kind of the point, though, right? I guess you get that excuse.
Right. Yeah.
In that game, you get that excuse. Because that's the whole point.
What am I doing here?
I hope you had a great time. And I hope everyone's doing well today. For those that don't know us, hi, hello. We are Two Nerdy Nerds.
We are.
And we are working on this thing.
Not that.
Not that, but this on your screen. We are working on a zombie horde survivor roguelike.
Holy, what a mouthful.
Right? I'm still thinking of more words to add to that description. I'm confident.
Yeah.
And at the moment, I was implementing a system so that I can apply debuffs or buffs to zombies and other entities, hopefully. And it worked first try, which is awesome, but also makes me sus. Like, I don't trust it. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean. I wouldn't trust it either.
I hear taking more than one loop to complete the game is a skill issue. Ooh.
Whoa!
I really suck at that game then. No, but like in all seriousness, that game is one of a kind. It's actually insane. I love it so much. It always only takes one loop, just not your first loop. True. Very true. You technically always beat it in one loop. I like that. Okay. So we did the thing. I noticed I broke something else, so I should probably fix that. Which was this. So here we have to say run manager.
That's what.
Zombie upgrades. Zombie upgrades has this and okay. And then we need that. So our upgrade says speed boost on infection. So when a zombie is turned, we can say zombie stat modifiers component, add modifier, stat types zombie movement speed, and we're going to modify it. Let's increase it by like 25%. So that would be 1 to 5 multiplier for a duration of, let's say, 2 seconds. But we only want to do this if that upgrade exists. So let's make that upgrade. How could we theme this upgrade? So we're saying that when a survivor gets turned into a zombie, they get a speed boost. Could be like something to do with revenge or rage or adrenaline, perhaps. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Ms. Blinky.
Born too late to explore the Earth. Born too early to explore the universe. Born perfectly to explore dank memes. Hello, yeah, all and zombie upgrades for everyone.
Thank you so much.
Miss Lucky, thank you. Really appreciate your hearts.
Beautiful message. Happy Saturday. I'll just call it adrenaline for now. But it definitely needs more flavor to it. Payback. Payback is interesting. Payback, is that one word? When infected, when a survivor is infected, they gain a movement speed boost. Hey Jacob, how's it going? Happy Saturday. Okay.
Hello, how's it going?
So if we then were to pull this in, we can say if run manager zombie upgrades as that upgrade, so if you have that upgrade, go ahead and give them the speed boost.
This also feels like
Let's make it insane so that we can see it clearly. We should totally rename Run Manager to Coach. Okay, so we turn them. If they get reinfected, they're chilling. I just realized there might be an issue. No, stop running. I need you to get caught.
why are you running?
I need you guys to get caught here. Stop running. Okay, they're chilling. I'm gonna die. I died. God damn it. Okay. Let's do the zombie upgrade. I don't have a facility to give me what I want. Here we go. Payback. When a survivor is infected, they gain a movement speed boost. So we get that mutation. Then we get a nerd. Now we just need them to turn. And there we go. And they're faster. Cool. So one adjustment, because this has an animation, I actually want to apply the boost on exit. So on exit is when we want to do this, after they've done the turning animation. Is on exit what I want? No, on leave. On leave. Let's do like 30%. Getting a Cult of the Lamb vibe here. Yeah, Cult of the Lamb is definitely an inspiration. 100%. Cult of the Lamb, as well as Don't Starve and other 2.5D games.
This is too much, right?
Whoa. Yeah.
I wanted to try a very graphic approach.
Yeah.
Cool though.
Yeah, it's cool. Like, I can see that working for something more impactful and temporary. So, like, if it was an impact explosion or something, it could have some of those elements.
Yeah.
But yeah, for what we're doing is definitely too in your face. A cool thing would be a token or something to be able to not upgrade the virus one time. Also, Maka should make a cameo. Yes, and absolutely would be my answer to those.
Yeah.
Celine had the idea to eventually give you the option to skip a mutation one time, but it would come at a cost. So you could do that, but if you do that, then you no longer have options. You'll just get what comes up. So at the moment you get this, you get to pick between the two. So if you chose to skip, from then on, it would only show one option, and you'd have to go with that. So that would be the trade-off. Ow. I can't really tell if that worked or not. I'm not gonna lie. So okay. At the moment, the zombies don't chase with him. Okay, there we go. Are they faster? They don't look faster. Or did I not get the upgrade? I don't think I got the upgrade. I'm tripping. Payback. There we go. Now it should work. Okay.
And yeah, I think the being able to skip a zombie mutation obviously will be way more thought than that, so that it doesn't feel
I do think it is working. It's just really slight is the problem. Maybe we do want to just like 2x it.
he says.
It could mean the skip becomes pointless unless you remove the 2 options skipped from the pool. Yeah. Yeah, so like the next time the one that you tried to skip could just come up again. Yeah, this is true. I would say that generally speaking, I don't love it when roguelikes add a bunch of ways to circumvent the randomness that comes with a roguelike. For example, certain roguelikes, you would get this choice, and then over here there would be a reroll button that you can reroll 3 times. Which, in my eyes, is like, what's the point then? I'll just re-roll it and I'll probably get what I want. Like, doesn't that defeat the point of being at the whims of the run? So I've seen implement a currency to reroll. Yeah. It can definitely be done very poorly or correctly. If it's very limited, then might be okay. But I've played way too many roguelikes that just give you tons of rerolls. Which essentially makes it so that every run can be a god run. Which I don't love. Like, the reason why I really like... Let's see. Risk of Rain 2, for example. Risk of Rain 2, you get what you get. There'll be certain super limited items that you can use to re-roll stuff, but even then, it's like the chances of re-rolling into something terrible is really high. I guess it's like the player agency ideally should come from more interesting sources than just a reroll or a skip or something like that. It should be more interesting than that. Should be extra limited. Like you get 1 to 3 rerolls, or they take life to reroll. Right. Like a super heavy cost. Yeah. I'm not saying just have a skip option. I'm saying you have to earn the skip option by collecting a token or saving a bunch of victims. Yeah. Yeah, it could be a reward or a player upgrade itself, right? So like in the upgrade selection here, there could be one that says get a one-time mutation blocker or something. So that comes at the cost of picking power as well. So like you could take a power upgrade, or you could sacrifice that to get that token, for example. Back in my day, we stuck with our rolls. Didn't matter what game. We didn't have those newfangled reroll things. We made do and we were happy. Amen.
A timer for picking the mutation, otherwise it picks for you. I don't hate that.
Ooh.
That's spicy. I like it.
That would definitely put some pressure. New card art looks nice. Thank you, Justin. Well, I say thank you as we stare at a temp art screen. Talk about randomness, huh? I come from a board game design background, and in that world, everyone hates complete randomness. Otherwise, you're on the rails of the randomness. I definitely understand that notion. So, for example, a way to combat randomness... Bless you. A way to combat randomness is the fact that you get 3 choices. So there is randomness, but you still have agency. What do you want to pick between these 3, right? Having 3 options that you can pick plus rerolls, which essentially gives you more options. So 6, 9, 12 options. There's, depending on your pool of upgrades and how they interact with each other, you can very quickly get to a point where you have removed the randomness, and every single run can turn into the perfect run. I hate that, personally. Whenever I buy a new roguelike, I go in and I win the run first time round, I usually refund the roguelike immediately. Because I don't see the point of randomness if every run can be figured out. Or it should be really, really hard. You'd have to be really, really knowledgeable and skilled to win every run, even when the randomness is against you. I think the fact you're providing a choice between 2 at least 2 makes the randomness hurt less. Yeah. Yeah. Also, that, you know, the virus mutation is the vehicle of increasing the difficulty throughout the run. So it's like the point is that it's bad, right? And yes, some way of circumventing that and skipping the bad part could be interesting if it comes at a cost. But if you can just do it, then the zombies stop growing in power and you just dominate. Not to change the subject, but you ever open your fridge and smell that wondrous aroma of pork ribs and belly spiced? Spiced up and ready to smoke.
Nice.
I can't say I relate to that because I've not barbecued something myself.
I can smell you.
But I'd still be there at the table when it's done. The way you keep the players in that sort of roguelike is roguelite and make it not winnable without the upgrades. To me, the ideal, I think that is easier, 100%. And, you know, game design is hard, and I think that's why a lot of games lean into that. Or maybe it's just an audience thing. I'm sure some players prefer the roguelite way of just meta upgrades, which get you to a point where winning is just easier because you're super strong now. But my favorite games are games like Slay the Spire and Risk of Rain 2.
Google, don't do it. Google, don't.
Where I would say a new player going into Risk of Rain 2, first run, they don't know anything about the game. Good luck winning that. Ain't no way. Unless you're an absolute god gamer, you're not going to win that. But also, everything's there, pretty much. Sure, there's some upgrades that you don't have access to until you do the achievements. But it is possible to win on run number 1. If you're good enough. I find that really enticing. Like, if you know enough about the game, you know the mechanics, you know how upgrades interact with one another, then you can win on the first run. I find that quite cool. Roguelike balance is so tough around that. Currently, in that balance cycle, the harder I make it, the more player options power I need to provide so they don't feel helpless as it starts crushing them. Yeah. It's definitely... Certain players will absolutely hate the game for that randomness and feeling like they had no way of winning because the randomness was just so bad. So you have to decide if you're okay with that, if you're catering the game to that type of gamer that doesn't mind losing, or if you want to try and please everyone. It's a very tough balance, right? We're talking about skipping the bad thing. That sounds terrible. The bad things should be bad. Yeah.
That's the whole point.
Or if skipping the bad thing comes at a heavy cost, it could be okay, right? So it's not necessarily...
Like, there has to be a consequence.
Yeah, it's not necessarily that you're getting rid of the bad thing. You're just trading in for a different type of bad thing, I guess. There's also some wiggle room within that randomness. In Genesis Alpha 1, you can earn random upgrades for your suit, including damage increase. But they do temper that. For example, you don't seem to get the plus 20 for damage type unless you found the previous ones. Yep. We do have that system currently in the game. The pool of upgrades changes based on what you've previously selected. Yeah. Completely agree. That helps. It lowers your chances of getting a dud, right? An upgrade that doesn't do anything for your build. I hate it when a roguelike makes my first run actually impossible. Difficult, sure, but don't artificially smack me down. Inscription has an effect where if you beat a boss too early, it literally tells you too early and throws a mountain of huge enemies at you. Hate that so much. Okay, so my first reaction to that, Justin, is defeat and disappointment that I never saw that message, which means I wasn't good enough to get that message. So I'm a little hurt, but it's okay. My second reaction is absolutely. Absolutely. I would kind of go beyond that and say that it's not necessarily a problem if a game does that, but it needs to do it tactfully. If the game makes me lose the first run, but I, as the player, still feel like I messed up and I could have done better, you know, that's okay. I would still be okay with that. I think the crux of the problem is you losing and feeling like it was not your fault that you lost. I think that's the key thing. Whatever the game is doing, if I feel like it was my fault and I can do better next time, I'm gonna click go again, right? If I feel like the game just screwed me for no reason, like you mentioned there, then I'm kind of thrown off and I don't want to necessarily click that button again. How's it going, Leo Mo? Personal attack, yeah. I am offended and appalled.
My guys are killing me. Ow. It is almost. What do you think of a shield for the safe zone? Because I don't want to write safe zone, and that has language in it.
True.
So I wanted to do a like.
True. Localization is a problem, huh?
I mean, or we could just not worry about it and just have safe zone. Okay.
Shields. Maybe like an exit. You know, like the symbol for exit. Like emergency exit. That buildings have. Yeah, I'm not too sure about a shields.
Yeah. I know I was.
But I do agree with your point that if we can do it without text, it would be better.
I like the emergency exit sign.
Yeah.
Like that.
Nice.
I think that will be a. Hopefully. I would hope so.
But yeah, roguelikes, they're tough to balance. And there's a reason why a lot of roguelikes fail at nailing that balance or relying on roguelite elements. So like the fun, they move the fun out of the sense of getting a god run. They move it towards progression, right? So your satisfaction comes from progression and getting stronger with meta upgrades. And, you know, those can be fun. You know, I love Hades, and that's pretty much full-on meta upgrade city. It's probably impossible. I mean, I'm sure someone has done it, but it's not a good experience to win the first run of Hades, right? Do not let your roguelike GM fall into that. You turned left, you are ambushed, and you all die. That GM is a jerk. True. Yeah, you don't want to do that. Trash can lid. I have missed the reference to that.
We were talking about the sign for
The sign. The sign should be a trash can lid. Just thinking of random things.
As you do.
What Selena's working on is the sign that would show up next to a safe zone after you've unlocked it. So it would signify that that's where you want to take the survivors.
That's basically our next. Very Charlie.
Oh,
Oh, thank you for that.
And there was much rejoicing.
Maybe make the sign into the research icon vial to signify the lab.
that's interesting.
Maybe.
It would mean that, like, the greenhouse... I guess that would imply that all of them are directly connected to the lab.
I think I still like this idea of the thing.
You think that works?
Of the thing and stuff. You
Oh
know?
my god. Okay, that's a little OP. They're a little too fast, potentially.
Of course, I need to draw it much better than this. We're just we are just messing around here. It's not final.
Okay, that is definitely too fast. So I did 2. Let's do 50% boost for 3 seconds. Let's just leave it at that and see how it feels. Okay, that's a lot of changes. Added stat mod component for buff, not bug, buff
Bug.
and debuff management.
Bug.
Okay, well, that was honestly easier than I expected, although I would be surprised if this system would hold out for long. I'm sure I'll find a problem with this reasonably soon. But that's okay. And actually, having this system kind of makes me think of more potential upgrades. Like, we could now very simply do a slow down zombies on hit. So on cure application, zombie is slowed. That would be super easy to do now.
Oh no.
You get mold.
She meowed.
Ouch. And then a hero comes along with the blow dart to cure them all. But then you finally see the truth. The zombie's really you.
We are the Walking Dead.
Deploy goop traps to stop them. Oh, there you go. There's a limitation of this system.
What?
If there was a goop on the ground that slowed zombies, you would want the slowdown to be based on if they're in the goop or not, right? And it wouldn't be timed. So like right now it has to be time based. Well, maybe not. Maybe you could like apply a 1 second slow every second that they're in the thing. That would be a way to hack it. So yeah, maybe we could do it. That'd be cool. Sunny, hello. Any free browser-based IDEs for someone who's practicing coding after 12 years? Interests are Python, Go, or Swift. I believe you can run VS Code in the browser. I'm pretty sure. Although I don't know if VS Code provides that directly. Don't know if anyone has experience on that.
Argus, hello. Also, Falji, you are forgiven for pocket-based.
All good.
I'm gonna give Maka her dinner.
Okay. How's it going, Argus? Yeah, Sunny, sorry, I don't have direct experience with that. Wouldn't that make the cured zombie get in the middle of the horde and later get targeted by others, making it really hard to save it? Wouldn't that make the cured zombie get in the middle of the horde? Oh, you mean the slow down on hit? Unreal?
Oh, right.
Could potentially be an issue. Oh no, I've been pizzaed. Could be an issue. Although humans get a speed boost when
like
they're turned.
Farts and I can't out loud.
Oh my god!
Sorry.
So if I do this, so I'm gonna cure a nerd, and then I'm gonna move away. You see how they're super fast for a bit.
Thank you for the fart.
That temporary invulnerability and movement boost is there so that they can get out of the horde. So I wonder if that would be enough to counteract that issue. But it's a great point. It's a great point. It is a great point. The trap could be an area node. On enter, apply slow. On exit, expire slow. Yeah, to do that trap, Lance, I would need to somehow adjust the system that I just implemented, whereas always time-based. I didn't account for adding and removing when I want, so I would need to figure that out. Shouldn't be too hard though. Is VS Code the only option? Yeah, I'm not sure.
Look at you in full pizza glory.
I would think Visual Studio Code is the most robust on the browser. That is my bet, because I see it everywhere. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong. What the hell does cure per second mean? Yeah, that needs rewording for sure. Cure per second means that if a zombie has the cure, they get more cure every second. That's why I haven't reworded it yet, is because I'm not sure how. Abu, hello, hello.
Hello.
How's it going? Welcome on in. Hope you had a great stream. Like a hot or dot. Yeah, so let me do this. So I'll add one. I'll give myself the dart gun. And I'll apply that. And now you see the bar is going up. So I apply the cure, and I'm not applying enough, but then it's over time applying more cure points. So it's like the cure is spreading throughout their system until they're fully cured. I don't need to apply any more. I think the correct theming for this upgrade would be like... what do you call it when cells reproduce and split?
I don't know. I thought I knew. Mitosis?
Is it?
It sounds like that sounds like a word.
Is it mitosis?
Cell division.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
The process by which a cell replicates, yeah. Yeah, so we could call it mitosis, we could call it cell division, cell replication, cure mitosis, cure replication. Something like that, right? But then we need to put it into words to explain, right? So, where is it? Run upgrades, cure per second. So that would be, let's just go mitosis for now, I guess. It's okay. I'm just gonna do a draft. If a zombie has the cure, apply 1 cure point every second. Cure point would have to be its own keyword. We need a value because this could be improved, right? So the first time you get it, it would be 1 cure point per second. But you could improve this, right? It could go up to 3 cure points per second. That's why we want to have an actual value. I still think you can just do curing time minus. We don't have time. We don't have time. It works like so the zombies have a cure resistance stat. So they'll have a cure resistance of 10. But a special zombie will have a cure resistance of 30. So you need more cure points to cure them. There's no time, necessarily. Cure strength. There's cure strength, but there's two stats. There's the we have the cure applicator potency.
Cool.
So, for example, I have the dart gun. The cure potency is 7. So when I hit a zombie, you'll see a 7 pop up above them. So the potency of the dart gun is 7. So this over time stat needs to be its own thing. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. A vaccinated zombie. That is an interesting term, vaccinated. If a zombie has the cure, apply 1 cure point per second. If a zombie has the cure, it will get 1 more cure per second. No, it will get 1 cure per second. It's really awkward. I don't know how. And then you have the anti-vax zombies immune. You know, I'm so sorry. Oh, I missed your message there. You had some more progress on the game, and you have a Steam store.
Oh.
If you'd like to share that, feel free to DM me the link, and we can look at it, and I'll post it in chat. I'm so sorry I missed your message. The anti-vax situation is an interesting one because I think it's funny. And I think this game could very easily make like funny references to vaccines and anti-vax and stuff.
I think it's a little too...
That's what I was going to say. The problem is actual anti-vaxxers could take offense, and I don't know if that's worth it. Does that make sense? I think it's funny, but I don't know. By the way, Bernard, did you remember to check out the finished version of Time Tower? I also published all the code and assets in a public archive on GitHub. Nice. I don't think I played it yet. No, the upgrade. Yeah, it's in my bookmarks here, but I never played it. I'll open the tab, and hopefully I don't forget to check it out after the stream. Ooh, I love the art at the top of the page.
Mm-hmm. Show me.
Was that there before? I don't think so. That looks awesome.
Nice. Yeah, that looks
Look at
sick. Look at that tower.
That looks cool. If anyone's interested, by the way, that is a jam entry submission to the 1-bit jam by Cumreal. Check it out. Yeah, you might trigger some people. Could have some zombies with a t-shirt with a crossed X on the zombie vaccine, so it's not really implied. Yeah. Like a super subtle reference, maybe. Maybe. You gotta mention you on the link. If a zombie has the cure, it will get 1 cure per second. I don't know if I want to just have cure, period, or have the concept of cure point. Cure point. So just imagine, use your mind's eye here, because making things is hard.
True.
But imagine when this comes up. So for example, here it says fabricator reduces.
Thank you for the fart ranger. Oh!
What the heck?
Thank you guys for the little farts. Thank you.
So it says reduce cure applicator cooldown by 20%. But ideally, at some point we'll get to this, when you hover over this upgrade, you would get a little tooltip over here that would say cure applicator. The cure applicator is your main ability to dispense the cure. And it mentions cure. So a new tooltip would appear. Cure. What is the cure? You know, blah, blah, blah. The cure points, zombies.
Machine.
So even if a description does not mention what the cure is or what a cure point is, a tooltip would come up that would explain it. That's how I'm thinking of it. So the description doesn't need to be completely by itself. You know, all of the tooltips inside my game are fully automated based on the variable it modifies and the amount it does so by. Yeah, that's the way to go, 100%. You don't want to get into a situation where your description, which is fully in text, is mismatched with the actual amount that you're changing a stat by. Currently, in our game, it is separate, but eventually I'm going to upgrade it to do the same that Super Cat Cafe did, which is similar. It uses the stat in the... Oh, chat is covering that, isn't it? So we have this stat over here. It would use this stat in the description. 100%.
Stat.
It is very, very risky to have the text contain values and then have a different source of truth for what it's actually changing. Because you might not realize that you're telling the user the wrong thing. Do we like mitosis? Mitosis. I think maybe it's a little too scientific.
You could leave cell division.
Cell division, yeah, it might be better.
Sounds like a ripoff of the Banjoid.
Cell division plus the cure. Also, I heard that Godot will hopefully soon get an overhaul for resources. How so? And why, hopefully? What's wrong with it? Did you know that you can see behind objects that have enough mass? Like a black hole? Like because it curves light? That makes sense. Also, where did that come from?
Bingo.
Where did that come from? Cool facts with Geek and Gale. That is actually a very cool fact and kind of mind-blowing, isn't it?
It do be.
Replication factor sounded science-y, but that might imply spreading. Replication factor. I do like replication. Cell division, cell replication. Replication factor. Cell division. We'll have to think about that. I'm not sure which one I like the most. Hi, I'm Geek. I think about random things all the time. Nice to meet you. I love it. In my honest opinion, cell division is a good word use. Yeah, cell division is pretty good. It's very clear. Like, most people would understand what that means.
Thank you for the farm. Yes, I think so.
Is sand called sand because it's between the sea and the land? I'm sure Geek and Gale would know. Yeah, most people understand that for sure, especially when accompanied with some art. I think it would be... You'd instantly connect the dots and be like, yeah, I remember that in school. We need a word that Hollywood uses for pandemic level viruses. Pandemic level viruses. Yeah, you'd refer to it as a pandemic. I don't know if you... Is there a word that you can attach to the virus to make it... I'm not sure.
Yeah, I feel like they just call it, like,
Outbreak.
outbreaks.
Outbreak is good, yeah.
Jeff, thank you for...
The word sand originated from zand, which came from the sand, Dutch.
Which came from what? Thank you for the part.
If a zombie... Cell division. If a zombie has the cure, it will get 1 cure point per second. That's understandable. Like, if the game very quickly tells you what a cure point is, I think this makes complete sense.
I don't know. Maybe, yeah.
If there was a thing next to it that told you what a cure point is.
Yeah.
R0 is the speed in which a virus replicates. What was that? The zombie kind of lurched. Ooh, I messed up. I left the thing somewhere. Dart. Should not do this. Okay. Let's do this. Remove slow down on dart hit. And update cure per second description.
Real says Dutch is not a real language and you cannot convince me otherwise. I know enough of English and just a bit of German, and you cannot convince me that they didn't just put those two in a blend.
My god.
Yikes. I've never heard Dutch. I cannot make any comment.
It's the average number of infections a carrier produces if there is no existing immunity. So the average number that someone... The number of people that will be infected by one infected person on average. So a highly infectious virus one person could infect a bunch. Makes sense.
But English is really three languages in a trench coat hanging out in the back alleys waiting to mock other languages for loose grammar. Holy.
I feel like that's a kind of video that you would have made, Justin. Am I wrong? Have you made a video exploring?
I did make a video about that.
Yeah. I don't know that I've watched it necessarily, but I was like, sounds like a Justin video.
I-
Doodle-doo-doo.
Imagine that.
Not sure how applicable it would be to game design, though. Yeah, I mean, to our game specifically, technically it is about a virus and such, but it doesn't really work off of infecting, as in infecting is as simple as a zombie reaching a human and they get infected. There's no rate of infection really. We need to work on a custom cursor soon. I feel like that will really tie the game together. There's also no immunity in our game, as in a human can be turned into a zombie, then back into a human, then back into a zombie an infinite number of times. Zombie virus is too strong.
Is that bad?
No? No immunity. Hear that, diplomats be afraid. There's no such thing as diplomatic immunity. You just need like buzzwords for the complex stuff. Yeah. Yeah, we need a list of all sorts of terms to inspire the upgrades. To theme them, for sure. Even if they don't necessarily make sense. Sent you the link. I don't know if you got it. Sometime Twitch just eats it away. If you sent it to me in DMs, I think it didn't reach me. I wonder if it censored it. You can just share the name of the game in chat and we'll look it up. Maybe that's easier. Delivery and beyond. To be announced. Wait, is this it? Dude, that looks sick. The visuals are awesome. Look at that.
Oh my god,
sick.
look at that! Nice.
Is this like action roguelike horror PvE online co-op? Definitely getting repo vibes, right?
Yeah.
So you and a group of friends are retrieving deliveries
Thank you.
and deliver them to a specific address.
Reverse repo. Okay.
Reverse repo. Interesting. As in you're going out and delivering things in the map instead of bringing them back. This shot right here, I think you definitely made the right choice putting it first because it looks really cool. That looks really cool. Nice. Well, nerds, if you're into this type of game, you should totally head in there and give it a wish list.
Give it a wish.
You have to find the delivery spots and take the package there. Nice. That's really cool. Proc gen levels. Nice. Sinister tasks. That's really cool. Well done. That looks awesome. I need to catch you live sometime. I want to see that being made. I'm changing the gameplay a bit as well. So you have to do certain things since deliveries became illegal. Wait, what? I'm changing the gameplay a bit as well. So you have to do certain things since deliveries became illegal. I'm not sure I fully follow what you're saying there. Why did deliveries become illegal?
Like in the lore?
I don't know. Before I head out to the store, I would like to leave you with this one face. With this one face. Fact. Overexposure to dihydrogen monoxide can result in death.
That's a fact.
Okay. So let's learn with Geekingale. Dihydrogen monoxide. A chemical compound that is commonly used in lab investigations. In lab investigations, sometimes referred to hydric acid, is colorless and odorless. Okay. What does it do? It's used in cough medicines and other liquid pharmaceuticals. Elite athletes use it to improve performance. What the heck?
Thank you for the hydration. Cheers.
So it can be used in industrial solvents and coolants, as well as improve athletes' performance. That is an interesting compound right there. Dihydrogen monoxide literally means H2O. Wait.
We need to learn our periodic tables and our elements.
What is Google on about then? I can see how elite athletes would use H2O to improve performance. I should have looked at chat way sooner, huh? Oh my god. There you go. Oh, you got a wish list from Ms. Blinky. Nice. Click the actual article. This does not sound like it's water. Am I crazy?
Whoa!
Or is this like a crazy website?
You just fell for one of the oldest jokes. Cheers.
Well, I'm not embarrassed at all right now. Is this like a bogus thing? Exploring our fluid
And there was much
Earth?
rejoicing.
I fear you may have fallen victim.
Yeah, this... I don't know what this is. If this is... What is... But look! What... It's used as a spray on fire retardant suppressant. Are all of these links like trolling?
Misinformation. Oh my gosh, it's mice with a maca tree.
Is this a side of the internet that I never explored? Where people just troll? Yeah, look. Where was it? In its gaseous state at high temperatures as well as near boiling point and can cause severe burns.
No shit.
In its solid state, it
It's
can
making
cause
jokes about
frostbite.
people fearing chemicals, when absolutely everything is a chemical.
Oh. You guys were fun.
Well, I got 110%. So now I'm just embarrassed.
That did happen.
Oh no.
Guys, give me 1 second. I just wanna finish roughly. Okay, before we do our maca tree, what do you think of this idea for yours? Like, rough idea for this special.
Give me 1 second here. Also, Miss Blinky, thank you again for the biddies.
Thank you for the biddy for
200 biddies. Thank you so much. Mariah's too smart for this side of the internet. Sure, let's go with that. Ooh. That looks really cool.
You like that?
That looks super cool.
I made him like really hunched over so that we could achieve, like, you wanted him to feel taller and bigger, but without it actually being ridiculously taller. in the
Right.
map. You know what I mean?
That looks amazing.
He's got a little gym gear.
Yeah. The little fanny pack too.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mice, for the gifty.
Gifty.
Thank you.
And now we're gonna
Enjoy the emotes, Ms. Blinky. Everything they say about it is true, but framed in a way that makes it seem bad as a way to educate people about how not doing research leads to stupid. Yeah. It got me. It got me good.
Wowzers, Miss Blinker.
Thank you for the biddies.
Uranium is 100% natural. Not everything natural is good for you. Uranium is mostly toxic. The radioactivity is not so much a problem.
There you go. You know what is radioactive? Our stream right now, thanks to you. So thank you for the biddies.
She got a 2-for-1 almost.
She's just swallowing them whole. She swallowed like 4 of them without chewing. My goodness.
She's got like the ears like this.
And she's just sitting there in the stank.
Oh, are you in the stank? It's stanky. She is sniffing.
But yeah, Sprinter, that really nails the feedback that I had before, where I wanted them to look very distinct from the normal zombies. That totally does it.
Yeah.
That looks sick. And we can make their animations really unique to them specifically.
Yeah.
That looks sick. So we'll also need to decide how we handle their human versions, right? And if we're probably doing a fully unique human version as well. And they can get turned back into their special zombie version if they get reinfected.
Wowzers!
Bandit Coder, thank you.
Hi nerds. I'm currently deaf and the beautiful at my set is currently my ears.
Thank you so much for the biddies.
Is this how the cool kids do it? The hard
Oh, yeah.
You know.
Don't inhale water, that's painful. Yeah, you have to really be careful with
Trust me.
dihydrogen
I
monoxide.
know, you gotta be careful when you're drinking that, not to just inhale it into your lungs. It's not good.
That's actually one of your favorite pastimes, is smoking dihydrogen monoxide. It is not good for you at all.
I think I choke on a glass of water like weekly. like I'll take a sip and then I don't know, for some reason I just decided to breathe in at the same time that I'm taking my sip of water. And
Ay. Nick Byrne just said you're stinky. True.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that.
Yeah. That looks really cool. I approve.
Zelini, no.
Whoops. Also need to make the rescue animation soon, so the humans don't just disappear. Oh no. Ah! Wait, I'm not invincible, right? No.
Oh, special.
Ow. Ah! Ow.
Ooh, they dropped the chest.
No. Please.
I took my first ADHD med today, and nothing is happening. I'm just talking Panda Quarter's ears off. Oh dear.
Oh.
Whoa! Hello, morning. This is a drive-by fart. Hope you're doing good, nerds. I gotta run. Hopefully, I'll catch you tomorrow. No worries. Thank you so much for the drive-by fart. Hope you have an awesome day today.
Thank you, Foddy. Hope you have a great Saturday.
I opted to live and deal with my ADHD. I opted to never attempt to get any sort of, what you call it? Diagnosis. I'd rather
You don't want to know.
I'd rather live in ignorance. Hayden says, hey, future student in game and level design here. Your game looks cool. Thank you
thank
so
you.
much. That's super interesting. So you're going to actually like properly learn through legit me.
You know, if you haven't started making games yet, it's more approachable than you'd think.
Yeah.
You can start whenever you're ready. Oh no. Oh no.
Olrod is asking if there is a fix for jittery UI text.
Fix for jittery UI text. Jittery UI text. Are we talking like normal, like UI text, Jacob? So your font is just jittering, or is it like when the camera moves, it jitters? Or old rod, sorry. Oh no. Oh! No!
And yep, in August, I was looking to find people recording games, so here I am. Well, welcome.
Nice.
We are in like very early stages of our game here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, still
we're
lots
like,
to do.
We're 2 months in. 2 months in. That sound right?
Yeah,
a little bit over 2
maybe
months?
maybe 2.5.
Yeah, a little bit. Not quite 3 months.
There's too many zombies, I can't deal with them. The letters don't line up with each other when it's stationary. The letters don't line up with each other. But when you say jittery, do you mean they're moving? Or do you mean they're blurry? Because I've seen like blurry text, but not necessarily the way that I would describe jittery. Oh my goodness, Foul G, thank you for the gifty.
That's so kind. Oh my god.
Thank you, thank you. No, they don't move. They just don't line up with each other. Is this a pixel art font? Are we talking about a low resolution game? Because yeah, like Jacob is saying, it could be a pixel perfect kind of thing. Or you might find that it looks great if you size it at 16 pixels font size, but if you set it to 15, it looks off. It's the default font in Godot. What?
That's weird.
That is interesting. Oh no. Run. Oh. Gotta run, dudes. Thanks for the stream. Have a good one, Jacob. Thank you so much for hanging out. We'll catch you laters. I think increased font size and decreased scale should probably make it more accurate. I'm back from 20K bike ride and dinner, and guess what? What's up? Oh. I got my answer already, never mind. Hope you had a nice bike ride and dinner, Runty. There's an official Godot article on fixing jitter, stutter, and input lag. Have you checked that out? Says Cobain. Posted a pic in Discord. Let's see. What?
Oh
Nice, thank you.
Thank you so much for the gifty to Runty.
So many
Thank
gifties
you.
today. Thank you,
guys
nerds.
are being so sweet.
Thank you, thank you. I did. It was quite windy, but I'm now the local legend of 5 different routes around town.
Hey.
Nice. Thank you so much. Yeah. I think the font size is an interesting one. If you tried different font sizes, do you still see the same thing? I think that's worth trying out. Proud of you for getting that physical activity. Because if it's a really small font size, I wonder if this font is just not geared up for that. But yeah, I've personally never seen this effect where the letters are just not aligned correctly. It's really weird. Okay, making the font 16 seems to have fixed it, but now it's too big. What was it before? Was it 15 before? 12? And I assume you've tried increments of 1. So like 14 still looks off. Okay, speed boost on infection. We did that. Is there anything to commit? No. Grand. Grand. Yippee. Let's get the greenhouse. Uh-oh, we have 20 seconds. Can I get the greenhouse? Stop coming. Okay, we got it. Upgrade. Let's do cell division. And then we're gonna get the 10-minute horde. And the upgrade. Zombies deals 1 extra damage. Far away zombies gain a speed boost. I'm already at 1 health, so might as well take the damage. I'll die anyway. And then, can I get through? No! Rip.
You tried.
14 works, 13 works, but not 12. So I have had that before. The way that it resulted for me was that the font looked blurry. It didn't look like the one yours did, but it would either look crisp or blurry. But I have found that as well. And it's something to do, I'm pretty sure, with... I believe it was Jacob that mentioned it. If it's pixel perfect or not. So at a certain font size, you get half pixels, and then the font tries to deal with half pixels in different ways. Just realized that I don't have breakfast yet. You should fix that.
Yeah.
I'll keep experimenting, thanks. Yeah. Yeah, and you can always try out if your layout allows. It can be a bit of a pain in the ass, but if your layout allows, you can set a bigger font size and then scale it down and see how that behaves. That can introduce other issues, but if it's something that you can easily try out, you can do that. We also had to do that with Super Cat Cafe in some instances. Just font rendering can be peculiar, let's say. Okay. So we've tackled the zombie upgrades. I don't know if they necessarily made the game stronger.
The game? The game stronger?
The game more difficult, sorry.
Right.
I think one thing that I need to implement is making zombie upgrades unique, because at the moment you could pick the same one multiple times, I'm pretty sure. If I make them unique, you'll eventually have all of the zombie upgrades, and that should make them way more deadly. So that's something to do. So yeah, I'll get back to that. Let's tackle some player upgrades. Let's do the shield. Let's do the shield. So in the prototype, we call this one, I believe, personal shield, where the player gets a little shield bubble around them. It blocks 1 instance of damage, and then it comes back on a cooldown. So let's do that. Let's do that.
My sis, Bellini, Panda Golder said, what? And it's apparently Argentinian, but he's not able to explain the meaning. What do you mean? Like just what? Like that?
What does that mean?
Like boy. It's like it's a vibe.
It's a vibe.
I'm trying to find the words.
Okay, we need a new stat. Let's call it.
How do you express this?
What do we call this?
It's not a bad vibe.
Player.
It's a cheeky vibe.
Player shield cooldown. I think we use a stat, and then we say that if the cooldown is less than 0, it's not active.
I'm gonna need an example. Well, I'm not sure what the context that he did that, but I feel like if I'd go like that, it's more like a whoa. Whoa, you know, and depending on the context, it's like whoa, or it's like whoa, or whoa. You know?
What the heck are you on about?
Do you know what I mean?
I do not personally, but I'll trust you. Whatever you said.
Or it's like going like, hey.
That I get.
Wait. Whoa.
You're just making sounds.
No, I just read what my said.
Do you have 2 sets of each hat, or can only one person wear a certain one at a time? We do have 2 sets.
Oh, I was gonna say, why don't you redeem it and find out?
Basically, Crash Bandicoot. Whoa. Right, what was I doing? We need an item. So run upgrades. Resource, run upgrade. Let's call it personal shield. No, let's call it player shield. Player shield, and then the name of the upgrade is personal shield. And it says blocks 1 instance of damage as a cooldown.
Okay, I've consulted Google to better explain that, because it is used to kind of mean something when something's funny or ironic, or it's like, because it's a shortened thing of like, instead of saying bueno, you go like bue, which is like, you know, bueno is like fine or good, but it's just like, but then it's the tone of voice that you kind of go like, not necessarily like well, but like well, or like, you know, it's just like an exclamation. It's like you use it to like set the vibes, basically. Maybe if you when you go like, all right, mate, like, all right, maybe like that could be.
Fun fact, I cannot gamble internet points on Twitch because I live in Poland. But I can still set up predictions. In Poland, you cannot gamble your channel points because it's gambling. That is very interesting.
What, you mean like use your channel points?
No, I'm sure they can still use them, but you can set up. You can have a thing where people bet that A or B, like they can put their channel points as a prediction. Can use them and not put them in predictions. Yeah. You can only select a result for 0. Interesting.
Aww.
What are all these woes? What's happening? What's happening? I can't...
Sorry, we have derailed the situation. We have derailed everything. I'm so sorry.
Okay, so we have our stat. So in the player GD, we now need the concept of a shield. Let's do var shield enabled bool false.
He's enabling the bulls.
Shield enabled bool false.
Is that concerning?
Actually, I'm gonna make a new region shield. And I'm going to move this thing there.
Do you want me to just draw the special zombie as like one, just a drawing, so you can put him in for placeholder before I explode them, or not? Or
yeah, we can do that. See them in game. Would be nice.
I have a problem with hands. Hands are hard.
So we need to be able to enable and disable the shield. When the shield is enabled, we change the variable first thing. And then we want to show the shield sprite or effect or whatever. So we'll figure that out in a second. When it's disabled, we change it to false. We hide the shield effect.
From what I heard, a lot of artists have a problem with drawing hands. That's why paws are superior. Fruit Superman is asking what other useful tricks like the regions in script you know about.
Useful tricks in GD scripts. So we have regions. We have, okay, in GD script specifically, I was going to say folder colors, but that's not GD script.
Right.
Useful tricks. Useful tricks. Nothing's coming to mind, annoyingly. I don't know if this is a useful trick, but this is something that helps me. I always connect signals in code instead of with the editor. I find that makes it very clear what's happening without relying on the editor iconography. But that might just be me. Another tip is that there's multiple type of prints. So you could do print like this and just do a value, right? But you can also do print S, and that adds space between each parameter. So you could say value, comma, and then the value like this, and it will print both with a space in between. And you can add as many as you want, and it will add a space in between. So instead of having to do, you know, like this, space, plus str value, you know, all that stuff, you can just do this instead. There's also another one which uses... I've never used this one, but I think it uses tabs. Yeah, so it puts a tab in between them. So yeah, I use prints a lot. Yeah, I don't know. Nothing else really coming to mind. Okay. When the shield is disabled, we also need to begin the cooldown. So like on shield disable, I feel like I probably want to use an actual timer node for this. So timer, shield cooldown. Does not auto start. It is a one shot. Dude, no worries, no worries. Does GDScript have something similar to a $C# strings, where if you put a dollar before a string, you can use parentheses inside it to connect variables to it without doing plus variable? I don't think it uses that same thing with the dollar. So you mean something like, I guess in JavaScript, I would think of it as a template literal. So you would do something like, this is the value, something like that. So
thank you for the fart.
Shall go, best of luck with your game. Thank you so much, and best of luck with your game. Huge milestone to have a Steam page now. So congrats.
Yeah.
Keep at it. Keep at it. So in Godot, you would use something like, this is the value dot format value X, let's say. Value not declared. It has to be a string. Right. So you do something like this. And then... So if I print that... let me move this to here. Let's see if it works. Yeah, so now you see it says this is the X. So I think there's a couple different ways of doing this, but this is the one I know. Use the format method on the string. You think that a mix of Python and JS would have a simple version of referencing variables and strings, but surprisingly C# has a simpler version. Yeah. Yeah, if there is an easier way of doing that, I don't know of it. But I don't think there is. Okay, so we have our shield cooldown. So when the shield is disabled, we're gonna say bar shield cooldown equals run manager get stat dot types player shield cooldown value. If shield cooldown is bigger than 0, shield, let's call it shield cooldown timer. Probably better if we make it very verbose. Like so. We're gonna say start shield cooldown. So we start the timer, and then on ready, we would do shield cooldown timer connect on shield timeout on shield cooldown timer timeout. We enable the shields. Okay, so that does that. Then when a player is hurt, we say if shield is not enabled, we do something else. We shield disable. If it's not enabled, we hurt, or we remove the HP, and we make the hurt sounds and such. I guess we also do this here. I'm not sure. But Cure-Nicorn, which says when you are hit by a zombie, apply the cure to that zombie, that will still work with the shield. So they can be a synergy. So you can use your shield to actually apply cure on purpose if you want. So that should work. Okay. Now let's go over to the player body, which is what's actually rendered. And I think here we would want to I guess I'll grab our old sprite for the shield for now. So give me a second. Assets, sprites. We have this sprite over here. So we're gonna put this over here. I guess we scale it. I'm gonna add a node 2D so we can animate it. Let's do shield animation container. And we're gonna put this here, and we're going to reset the position, and we're gonna put this somewhere. Now we can scale this down. This is a bit tricky, isn't it? Yeah, we might have to rethink this one. But that's okay. This is only temporary. Also, I recently had to drop Unity for XAML in a recent project because professor required it to be a WPF. I'm sorry, I don't understand any of those acronyms. I don't know what those mean. Took a bit of getting used to, but it's pretty nice and comparable to HTML. Yeah, sorry, I don't know what those acronyms mean. Okay. So we have our shields container. I think we're gonna need another animation player. We can call it the shield animation player. And then we would have a enable and a disable animation, essentially. We're going to keep it simple and say, so this is the final state. So let's do just scale and modulate. So that's the end state, and we're going to make it pretty quick, maybe like 0.3 seconds. We're going to say that it will overshoot. Ooh, but we have to be very careful, huh? Let's do that. And then over here, we make it very small. Keyframe that. And then it starts out transparent. So, what does this look like? It'll do for now. It's okay. So we'll do this, and then we're going to duplicate it to make a disable animation. And I imagine our fully realized one, the shield like breaks, and there's particles, and there's all sorts of fun stuff. But for now, we'll just take this. We're going to edit. We're going to scale our selection by -1. You can use this to invert the keyframes. So I've selected the keyframes and I'm scaling it by -1. So it just like flips them. So now it's the opposite animation. Another thing that you could do is just have a general shield animation and then play it in reverse. You could also do that. So you only have the one. But we're likely going to have separate animations. So like very different effects. Okay, so we're gonna do that, and then on reset, we actually want it to be invisible. So when it starts out, the player does not have the shield. Okay. Cool. Now we need some functions to make this work. So we're going to do a region shield in this script as well. We're going to pull in our animation player, and we'll have the same shield enable function and a shield disable. This is just gonna say shield animation player play enable, and this is going to play disable. Should be enough. So in here, to show the shield effect, we just go player body shield enable, and here we'll go player body shield disable. WPFY Windows Presentation Foundation? What the heck is that? Because that's how school works. Only thing I don't like is that you can't place more than one child on an object unless it's specifically made for .NET. Oh. What's the assignment? You have to build a website? Next, how's it going? Hello.
Hi, Nex. How are ya?
Okay. So that should do a fair bit. Now, one piece that's missing is the actual first enabling of the thing.
The first.
On run upgrade added, we check this here.
Oh, keep up. Thank you.
Thank you. Next asks, are you feeling better?
I'm feeling much better. I'm still sneezing and stuff, but at least I don't feel so fatigued.
So here we could say if action is change stat action, if action stat is stat types dot player shield cooldown and action dot modifier is bigger than 0, and shield is not enabled, we're going to shield enable. Okay.
My apologies, my keyboard was unplugged. Love the zombies. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you. Here, I'll wait, let me fix that. No, it's gonna be broken. Anyway, I'll let you look at that for a bit.
I'm like just drawing him again, but
right, it needs the spiky hair, right? It's part of the the zombie designs.
Yes, sir.
Fair enough. These are freehand, Oki asks.
Yes. As in, I've just been drawing them on stream, yeah. Just now.
Like by hand, as opposed to vector,
like
or
with my hand. This.
is the alternative vector? So vector wouldn't be freehand, or
That's, I imagine.
I don't know the terminology. By the way, congrats on the fresh look on Steam. I saw that. Well done. Thank you so much, Nex. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're so happy that we were finally able to do that. We had the Steam page with the old look for so long. It feels really good. And we'll keep trying to make it look even better as soon as things come online. So like Celine is working on the sprinter zombie here, one of the special mutation zombies. I feel like as soon as we have this working, we'll need to find a way to put it in the Steam page to show that there's unique enemies and stuff. I feel like every little bit pushes the needle on the decision of, do I want to wishlist this game or not? Yeah. And I think variety, like just showing lots of things in the screenshots, is really good, because then players go, oh, there's like tons of content for the game.
Content.
Yep. I feel, as well, like the lab or a different level are also super high value.
I'm itching to work on the lab.
Yeah. Because right now, our game looks, from the screenshots, looks like a one level game.
Yeah.
Which is not good.
Forgetful programmers says, hey nerds, hello.
Hello.
Battle Pass? No. No Battle Pass.
The Battle Pass. For sure. We're gonna have a Battle Pass, which, if you get through the Battle Pass, you get access to the gacha pulls. If you succeed the gacha pulls, you get a loot box, which gives you access to
VIP
the paid skins. Yeah. That's the plan. I think it's pretty genius.
Wild.
Say no more, take my money.
EA's like taking notes.
Surprise mechanics. Okay, does the shield work? So I'm going to add upgrade personal shield. Ooh!
Premium edition, a printed map of the world, and the recipe to the cure for when zombies attack. And just a post-it note that says subscribe.
Dude, I'm on a roll today. First try. Well,
He's on a roll.
Let's see if the shield comes back. It did! First try.
Listen, but for actual extra content, not, I wouldn't say DLC, but because it's not game related, but instead of what we did for Cat Cafe, which was the Porter pack. This is what I want. I'm not saying I'm gonna do it.
Sure.
But it's aspirational. It's what I want.
Okay.
I would love to put together like a concept art PDF book type thing.
Right.
You know, and like I'd put in.
Yeah, just like an art book.
Yeah, an art book basically, as a supporter.
Yeah.
Thing.
I'd love that.
For anyone that's curious and wants to see all the sketches and all the stuff.
Yeah. Also, if we end up with a if we manage to find a really good composer and we do a full soundtrack for the game, then we could also include that.
Yeah.
So you get the art book and the soundtrack, something like that.
I want that concert art PDF type book as a printed version, please. Coffee table book.
Could I suggest a dude? 100%. We love dudes.
Dude suggestions welcome.
That's our favorite.
My chair. It's stuck.
We're going to give 100% of the art book profits to the artist. Next, it all goes to Maka anyway.
It does. Why is my chair not chairing? Oh, there it goes.
Oh, a dude for the music. I see.
Can I suggest a dude? Yes.
Filter.
I mean, we're gonna need.
Get CEO. Yep. She takes 100% of the profits.
We're gonna need to sort out the music sooner or later, aren't we?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like even when we do the teaser, I think we're gonna need we're gonna want something.
Okay, I found a filter on YouTube, original soundtrack. There we go. Found it. Found it. Cool. We got a website. Nice. I mean, they look super legit. I don't know if that means it would come at a premium, but I will 100% check them out. Music is so important. Like, the fact that we're going all out on this game for making it visually really unique and striking, I think it would be a disservice if we didn't invest in a really good soundtrack to go with it.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. Worst that can happen if you ask, he says no or too high priced. Yeah, of course. 100% we'll check it out. Speaking of music, do you think it's important for a clicker game to have music? I would say that the default position is yes, as in it should have music. Whether it needs like a custom soundtrack, I don't think so. But if I booted up any game and it didn't have music, I feel like I would find that strange. I don't think I've seen any with music. Really? No, that can't be. Cookie Clicker doesn't have music. Huh.
For real?
Interesting. I would not have expected that.
I mean, I can't. We played Cookie Clicker a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Maybe it didn't have music.
I think I would still find some like free music, free like copyright free track and you know, something chill background music and just do that. Royalty free, yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Yeah. And you know, I would say make a mute button like super readily available, either directly on the UI, or if you just pause, it's immediately there somewhere. Because I would assume for a clicker game, a lot of people would just want to mute that. have their own music running, or they're doing something else, watching a video while they're clicking on their second screen, right? So making that mute button available super, super easily, I think, is a good idea.
Yeah, I'm still surprised Cookie Clicker doesn't have thingy.
Yeah, that's interesting. I'm just looking at your current state of the drawing, and all the idea that came to my mind is, would you still love me if I was a worm?
Oh, does he look like a worm? We gotta make her Would You Still Love Me If I Was a Worm dating sim. What was the idea?
We had a name, right?
Yeah, Would You Still Love Me If I Was a Worm?
Was that it? I think there was more.
There was more to it.
Would you still love me if I was a worm crawling through a dungeon? Right, because it was a dungeon crawler.
Dungeon crawler, yeah.
A dungeon crawler worm dating sim. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We gotta make that game.
Mm-hmm.
It'll make millions.
Right, I'm gonna get some water. I'll be right back.
If you get me some more water, mine's running low. Or so. Why is it dripping? Oh gosh, Runty. I can't believe that's a game. I mean, I guess they make money, otherwise Steam wouldn't push them. True story.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
They're always on the top and like new and trending. There's always something
Oh, yeah.
in that top list.
Yeah, they must have a ridiculous amount of players. If they always failed, I don't see how there would be that many of them. So we have a shield. It blocks damage. You only get it when you get the upgrade. Blocks the damage. And then you can get hit. Comes back with a cooldown. Looks terrible, but I'll need Celine's help to make it look good eventually.
What you do? The shield?
Mm-hmm. We'll just need to figure out how to make it look cool.
Is that what it used to look like? Is that the old shield?
That is the old shield.
Ew. I'm sorry I made that.
It was a game jam, ma'am. You probably did this in literally 20 seconds.
You're not wrong.
And remember, it's 4-star art.
It's 4-star art.
And now we're doing 5-star art.
Now I'm
I
worried.
would like to think.
Now I'm worried of like what the heck is that gonna look like? Oh,
We'll figure it out.
Guguju. Oh my Guguju.
If you think that's bad, imagine doing some research for VN Dev and mess up the algorithm with those kind of games. Oh, visual novel. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. think I'll just reduce the modulate on the shield itself, because I feel like it's too in your face. So we'll just do that.
Once you start researching visual novels, it's all a different story from there. Oh no. Is that a warning? I feel like I've been warned now.
I applied the thing to the wrong stuff. Great. Is it like this?
It's an interesting community, and that's all I'll say.
Damn it.
Oh no, I drew both legs in the same layer.
Oh, is it because... What? Ah, Alma?
Whoa, you've been so catted right now, dude?
I was catted? Damn. How's that going next? How's your game going? What? I'm confused. If I did this, what happens? Oh, I'm just doing the wrong thing? Right, I didn't even need that. I just need this. What is that?
I was watching on mute for a while and co-working. What's happening? What is happening?
Selena's drawing some cool zombs, and I'm messing around with this shield situation. I applied an animation to the wrong node, and I'm trying to fix it. So it's on the shield, but I want to change it to this shield animation container. I should be able to just do this, but it breaks. Shield anim... Oh, wait, did it paste wrong? No. Shield animation container scale. Shield animation. What?
Next says slow but steady. We're halfway through the script and getting more art pieces in. That's awesome.
Nice. Is that the bulk of the work? Is it you need a ton of art, or is it the writing? Because you do reuse a lot of the character art and the locations and stuff, right? So maybe it's the writing that's the hard part. Celine, check out the game Duck Detective on Steam. I think you'd like the art style.
Oh, I watched the whole gameplay of that. Like literally last week. Loved it. It was great. I loved all the puns, and I also loved how like simple it actually was. Like it wasn't like it wasn't too hard to do the deductions. And the story was really cute. I quite enjoyed that. The little waddles, yeah. Yeah, I thought it was a great, cute little game.
Whoa. Oh. I get it.
Are you okay?
I understand.
Godot?
I understand. It's just Godot things. Yes.
I'm confused.
Nice. Okay. Okay. So, shield.
Burns has entered the Matrix.
Sorry. Right. Hold up. Yes. And go like... Okay. Now we're cooking. So modulate, make it not as strong. Save, enable, boom, disable, boom. Okay. Reset. No! No!
Was that a hydration? Panacoda, thank you so much. Cheers.
Did I? No! I broke it again.
Next is saying I'm trying to be smart with art requests, avoid one-offs and such. Swift is easier to track progress because it's linear, so we're 50% done there. Art is more as we go. We're not sure until the script is right. That's fair enough, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
The mystery numbers. Were you practicing for the game voiceover? I think you could do that. Monta, hello. That is a shield. For the moment, we are using the sprite that from our earlier prototype, but it is very much a placeholder. I will be drawing a new shield.
Yeah, I think
at some point.
I think we'll do a more I don't know how to just look for it instead. No, not that type. Force field shield thing. I think we'll have something more like this with the hexagonal.
Like, I get why you want that, but I am concerned about the dock getting completely lost in that honeycomb detail.
Yeah. It won't. Yeah. I get what you mean. Yep. I think we'll need to be clever.
Yeah.
And use some visual trickery, some shaders. So for example, look at this one. So like this,
Yeah.
But imagine that by default, there's just this slight aura. But when a zombie gets close to the dock, it starts revealing this texture.
Okay.
I think that could look quite cool.
Yeah.
You just need, figuring out.
Yeah.
But yeah, for now, just testing it. So add upgrade, personal shield. Why does that look so strange? What the hell?
Whoa.
Sus. That looked awful.
He says was.
Modulate. That's a bit better. This will do for now.
Yeah, it's just a placeholder for
Yeah,
now.
yeah, I'm not gonna spend time on it. One thing though that I realize is that this makes sense for the enable. So imagine the dock is carrying a device, right? So the shield is coming from the device. The disable though, which is the shield breaking, I don't quite like that it goes away. So instead, let's just make it expand out and disappear. So here, or let's do this, and then make the scale go up. So this way, it like dissipates outward. I think that makes more sense. It's breaking for now. And then later we can make it actually look cool and break apart and stuff.
Yes.
Is it more logical to just wear the anti WE clothes? Whatever clothes? Or at
I guess,
least
like, protective
more fit
equipment.
for protective equipment.
It's kind of sci-fi, right? So
Yeah, it's also like, how would we? Because it's expendable, right? So you with the shield you can take a hit, and then there's a cooldown until it comes back up, so you can tank another hit. So if it was a physical object, it would have to be something that the dock has, and when it's expended, it disappears and then it comes back. So clothes in that aspect would be weird. Maybe like a riot shield could work, but then we have to think about how that affects the animation. I quite like the shield though. We're definitely gonna have a lot of sci-fi stuff. We're gonna have teleporters, we're gonna have jetpacks,
True.
weird gadgetry, so there'll be zombies with different abilities like slow, increased speed, or similar. Yeah, for sure. We're referring to those as special zombies or mutated zombies. At the moment, we have... Oh, wait, I don't need to do this anymore. That's right. At the moment, we have the Sprinter Zombie, which is what Selena's working on right now, is the sprite for those. They are faster than the normal zombies, and then when they get in range, they do a full speed charge. And I want to update them as well, where if they're in the charge state and they collide with an object like a tree or a wall or something, they'll like get stunned for a bit with like stars circling their head or whatever. I've not done that yet, but yeah. And then we also have at the moment the ranged zombie, which I think we're gonna do like, we'll call it like the spitter. And they just shoot projectiles at the player. The spitter, yeah. They'll just spit some zombie gunk.
Ew.
I don't know. Just need a single frame of droplets from the pop to make it look like a burst. Yeah. Yeah, definitely want some particles
Basically.
or sparks or something. And we have a banana peel on the floor to make the Zeds trip.
That's kind of funny.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm intrigued.
I'm gonna put that on the maybe pile. Please make one a hippie zombie that slows you by throwing sandals at you. What?
What the heck?
Throwing sandals at you. Maybe pile. I'll take what I can get. Yeah, we want the mutated zombies to be a big part of how the game increases in difficulty. But like instead of just making the zombies super tanky or super fast or whatever, we want to rely on unique zombies with unique mechanics. So you kind of have to adjust your movement patterns depending on what kind of mutated zombies you are finding. But, you know, every time I say things like this, understand that it's aspirational, and we'll see how far we can push it.
Very true.
As much as I would love to have infinite confidence and say that the game that's in our heads will just be realized and it's going to be amazing, that's just not how game dev works.
Yeah.
We're going to follow our vision and hopefully it works out, but there's definitely a world where this setup can only support a very simple game loop. And, you know, instead of 200 upgrades, we'll end up with 80, and that's okay. It'll be a smaller experience than we initially planned, but you know, it is what it is.
That sounds like a lot.
That was a completely random number.
I know.
Ow. They shoot so fast. I know throwing hippie zombies is a surefire sponsorship from Birkenstock sandals. When I think of throwing of sandals, I definitely don't go to hippie. I go to like, yeah, the mom throwing the sandal because the kid is misbehaving. That's where my mind goes to. You think about it, unrealistic game ideas are what make games possible.
Yeah.
Yeah? I think it's very common. It's a common, relatable experience of, as a game dev, you have a game idea in your head that, you know, in your head it looks amazing and it's going to be so much fun and we're going to do all these things, but then you implement it and you realize that actually someone might play this for like an hour and start to be bored. It might not support a 4-hour, 5-hour game after all. Or you just need to add a lot more systems than you initially planned. Karen Mom Zed throws Avellanas at the player. I think the shield need to flicker as it times out, so you know when it's ending. It doesn't end, Monta. You have it until you get hit. So I think the problem is that visually it doesn't look like it's getting destroyed by a zombie attack. So I think that'll be fixed when we handle the visuals, where the zombie will actually have an attack animation, and then the shield will have an actual, like, breaking or exploding animation. I think that'll fix why you thought it worked differently. Because, yeah, I'll have it forever if I don't get hit. That's how you get free advertisement on the Brazilian community.
La chancla.
Yeah, until we handle the polish, I think this does the trick. Yeah, right now the zombies do damage on contact, and they just continue running with the animation. But eventually, I think they'll have an actual, like, attack animation with some VFX. So you'd clearly see that the zombie attacked you, hit the shield, and the shield broke. That's the plan. Okay, we have a shield.
Amazing.
Added shield upgrade. And we've been going for 4.5 hours.
Oh shoot! Is it
And
time?
I think it's dinner time.
Well done.
We have some risotto to cook.
I mean, yay!
I still haven't had breakfast. Oh no! What are you waiting for? We have some bacon and squash risotto.
I mean, it's delicious.
It's so good.
I can't say.
It's so good.
I can't complain.
Mm-hmm. Well-made risotto is a glorious thing. It is. It's like peak comfort food. Just shovel it into your mouth and it's full of flavor. That's great. Making it fresh. Yes. As in we're making it from scratch, yeah. Okay, so tomorrow I guess Celine, you'll continue on with the sprinter,
Yeah.
figuring that out. I'll continue with some upgrades. I think tomorrow I want to tackle a new cure applicator. I think the AoE cure flask throw is the plan. add some variety on there.
Sounds fun.
And yeah, we'll just see how far we get. We have a ton of utility abilities as well to trial. A teleport, which I'm imagining as like the player can teleport anywhere on the screen, but it has a high cooldown, so it can very easily get you out of a sticky situation that a sprint or a dash couldn't, but you won't have it up as often, so it's a trade-off. A basic heal on a cooldown I think could be interesting. So you're sacrificing mobility for the ability to heal. And that could play with the Cure-Nicorn upgrade, for example, where you apply the cure when you get hit. If you have easy access to healing, you might start using that offensively and being like, okay, I'm going to get hit by this zombie, but I'm going to apply a lot of cure back, and then I can heal myself. Yeah, there's tons. There is tons. We have baby Cure-Nicorns.
Yeah, I heard you come up with that earlier. I was very confused.
Baby Cure-Nicorns, which gives the Cure-Nicorn upgrade to the survivors. So if they get hit, they also apply the cure back. Definitely want to do that one.
Okay. I'm not sure about these arms, but we can figure out arms tomorrow.
I guess that would be the idle, but as soon as they're going at you.
Yeah, I still think they could be more like this. I don't know.
Sure.
I might try a couple.
Sure. But yeah, when they're sprinting, then would their arms come up and be stretched out, or at least they would be like this.
Yeah.
And then when they're actually charging mode, they're fully out or something. I'm back with another fun fact. Chainsaws were invented in Scotland in the 18th century. Not for cutting down trees, but to assist in...
This is true. I knew this fact.
Wait, what? What do you mean?
Yeah. Chainsaws were invented for childbirth. I've read this.
Huh? You are we talking about a full-sized chainsaw or a mini chainsaw?
I'm not sure. I cannot confirm what they looked like at that point.
A mini medical chainsaw? You know, I don't know if I want to know, actually. This could take many turns. I don't know if I want the answer to this.
Yeah.
Recommend to not look it up. Yep. Yeah, I figured. We're just gonna move swiftly on. Still an interesting fact. Abram. Thank you for the sub.
Chainsaws? Chainsaws.
It is true. Yeah. I'll probably still investigate off stream.
Yeah.
Because it is interesting. Right. Alrighty.
Thank you, Abram, for the 4 months.
Thank you so much, Abram. Really appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. We will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place.
We will.
We'll be continuing making our game here. Every day getting a little bit closer to a play testable version. That is the current goal.
Yes, now that we've got our fresh new Steam page.
Mm-hmm.
Now we gotta let you guys play it soon.
Yeah. Yeah.
Same nerd channel? Same nerd channel.
Oh my god.
Snap! Thank you, Goob.
Thank you, Goob.
For the demo.
For the demo.
Pre-ordering the demo. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I really hope that... What the heck?
What an exit. We are leaving you guys with a fart train.
Thank you so much.
Kaden, thank you for joining us. I'm glad that you've had a good time here today.
Absolutely. Thanks for hanging out, Kaden. Thank you, FLG 42 for the demo. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm hoping that very soon, you know, I can't promise that'll be perfect, that'll be balanced. I would love to get you guys trying out the game. You know, early feedback. We were talking even today. That is very important. So, yeah.
Yes.
Right. Why don't we go ahead and...
Yeah, where are we going today?
Let's rate
Everybody
out...
else seems...
Oops, sorry. Let's rate out a new channel that I don't think we've ever done before. Let's rate out
Let's
to
go.
Ezra. They also work in Godot, and they're working on some cool stuff. So let's
Ooh, Gooba
go say hi.
Grease.
Oh yeah, let's do it.
All right.
Yeah. Let's do it.
We'll see you tomorrow, you beautiful nerds.
All right.
Let's rate out.
There we go. And we're good to go.
Yeah.
Thank you, nerds. We'll catch you tomorrow.
See you next time.
And there was much rejoicing.
Is perma wall on that spot? If it is not a perma wall, then don't clear it. I'm gonna have to come up with that thing. Thanks for the follow, Next Prodigy. Oh, raid. Okay, I see. I didn't realize it was a raid. Thanks for the raid, nerdy nerds. Okay, shout out here. We're just getting started, so welcome. We are